Okay, can you hear us? We can see you, but we don't hear any sound.
Now you should hear us.
Okay, can you hear us now? Just say something to be sure that we can hear you. We still don't hear you. Okay. A great deal of patience is required when we are dealing with this technological.
Should be okay. Can you check your? Yeah. Okay. Oh, now we have the sound. Yeah. It's okay.
Okay, we at least heard something.
And yeah, we were hearing Claire de Lune, applaudissements. And yeah, let's check our sound now. Can you say something? Yep.
Yes.
Here we go. Finally.
Okay.
Bring back that applause.
If we so, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Maryna Antonova. I'm a postgraduate student at the Ukrainian National Academy of Music, and it's really true honor to take part in this conference. I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity to share my reflections and to be among such inspiring minds. Just a second for my presentation. Can you see it well? Okay. So today I will talk about Arthur Honegger's melodrama Amphion and the concept of the total work of art as an artistic worldview paradigm. Arthur Honegger's creative work in the field of musical theatre is one of the most original of the 20th century. His operas, melodramas, oratorios, and ballets are complex, profound works of musical art, embodying a wide range of philosophical and aesthetic ideas that reflects the spirit of the era and the composer's individual vision. Among artists of his generation, Honegger stood out for his particular interest in the unity of the arts, which he understood not as a formal combination of different types of creativity, but as a means of achieving inner harmony and spiritual renewal of the world. The following quote from the composer is illustrative in this context. I'm not looking for external effect or synthesis for the sake of form itself. I'm more drawn to the idea of merging all means of expression into a single whole in order to achieve harmony of spirit. The idea reveals the essence of his artistic methods. For Honegger, music, poetry, theatre, and ballet are not different realms of art, but different dimensions of a single creative spiritual act. In addition, one of the most important features of Arthur Honegger's work was his search for ways to interact with the listener in order to find the most effective ways to influence the audience and transform their perception of the world. The composer himself noted that art should be neither entertainment nor escape. It should renew the spirit, force people to think and feel in new ways. The stage is a place of struggle, purification, and enlightenment. We see the origins of such compositional thinking in the phenomenon of mystery, a sacred act that combines art, philosophy, and ritual components, which is a flexible, open, and at the same time multi-level edifice best philosophically corresponding to Arthur Honegger's artistic guidelines. At the heart of mystery lies the idea of transforming human consciousness, creating a reality common to all participants in the action, where their worldview is to be reborn. The idea originates from the mysteries of the ancient world, Egypt and Greece, which were closed ritual ceremonies attended by a limited circle of initiated priests. Later, the cult of Dionysus, the god of nature, winemaking and joy, played the most important role in the further development of the mystery. And like all others, the Dionysian mysteries became open performances. They were the first to lift the veil of secrecy from mystery ceremonies, transforming them into collective, ecstatic spectacles. And exactly from the dithyrambs, hymns in honor of Dionysus, and the performances before the participants of the mystery, where the pious corypheis with stories about the gods, their lives and death, that ancient tragedy emerged. Ancient Greek theatre became a standardized and universally accessible embodiment of the mystery phenomenon, but it continued the spiritual ideas laid down in the most ancient mysteries. Due to the spread of mystery to the wider public during the Middle Ages, a significant internal transition took place from spiritual mystery to a genre with clear attributes. The defining features of mystery, the genre became a plot with a mythological or religious basis, exaggerated images of the main characters, the exalted tragedy of the action, the presence of ritual acts, the free montage of plot events, and the effects of simultaneous action. Further, after a fairly long period of the mystery's existence as a genre basis in the operatic works of various composers, one of the culminating points in the history of the mystery's development was the opera of Richard Wagner. It was based on the principles of theatre, founded on a mixture of elements from various myth, philosophical and religious systems, social problems, romantic ideas, historical events, concrete and symbolic images. The composer fills the holistic, theatrical unfolding of his multi-layered works with the embodiment of the idea of transforming, which is central to the phenomenon of mystery. In fact, Wagner managed to bring the heritage of the mystery of the ancient world, its essential features expressed in ancient tragedy, and the mystery of the Middle Ages as close as possible, placing this sophisticated complex in the context of romantic searches for the synthesis of the art. In support of this idea, we present the next quote. The source of meaning in Wagner's mystery is not a mental construct create post factum, but a deep psychological impulse of inner change experienced by the hero in the process of direct participation in sacred action. Wagner's key achievements became a powerful catalyst for the development of mystery in the 20th century. One after another, works appeared in which the genetic code of mystery was clearly evident. Most artists sought to construct multi-level artistic, genre, and semantic structures in their works. Thus, in the musical and theatrical mystery plays of the 20th century, the contamination of biblical and mythological sources, social, aesthetic, philosophical, and religious ideas also came to the fore. The result of these multi-directional searches by 20th century artists was the formation of a symbiosis between the aesthetic idea of combining the arts and the mystery idea of transforming the inner world of man. In contemporary research, it has been given the name total work of art or total artwork. We have traced that this term was originally used as a synonym for the concept of Gesamtkunstwerk, largely due to the conceptual proximity in the English translation. However, gradually, in recent literature, the concept of total work of art has begun to take on life of its own, and fundamental to understanding the latest concept are the works of Anke Finger and Daniel Follett and David Roberts. The work demonstrates a contemporary understanding of the definition of total work of art. For example, the total work of art should be considered an aesthetic project whose goal is the transformation of consciousness on the individual, collective, and metaphysical levels. Or total work of art is a projection of an aesthetic social or aesthetic religious utopia that draws on the power of art for its expression and as an aesthetic means of transforming society. All of these definitions demonstrate the objective continuity of the fundamental idea of mystery. In fact, the concept of total work of art is the most developed objective version of the understanding of the main mystery ideas, the spiritual unity of performers and spectators, the rethinking of reality, and the internal transformation of all participants in the action. Therefore, given Honegger's creative vision, which are also saturated with pervasive, profound philosophical ideas, dedicated to the rebirth of society with a qualitatively new understanding of morality and spirituality, it was natural to consider the implementation of the principles of the concept of total work of art in the composer's work, in particular its embodiment in the melodrama Amphion. The melodrama Amphion is a brilliant example of Arthur Honegger's work. The composer's creative alliance with Ida Rubinstein's troupe and the versatile artist and librettist Paul Valéry resulted in a unique musical and theatrical experiment. The work is based on the extraordinary, profound libretto by Paul Valéry, a brilliant French thinker with ideas covering an impressive range of scientific and philosophical issues. One of the leading ideas in Valéry's work is the combination of the arts, in particular music and architecture, which became central to the melodrama Amphion. Valéry reveals the possibilities of uniting music and architecture in his works by referring to the personified image of the creator who builds a temple with the help of music in the process of an artistic ritual. In this way, the French thinker established the triad that is most important for the embodiment of integrity: artist, music, architecture. The artist becomes not just a link between music and architecture, but also as a certain embodiment of the unity of the arts capable of transforming the world. He acts as a guide, harmoniously combining the duration of music with the immobility of architectural forms, embodying Valéry's philosophical reflections on art as a space for creative interaction. The process of building a temple, a recurring motif in Valéry's work, is not coincidentally a metaphor for the harmony of the arts. The temple as a place where music has historically lived and developed becomes the ideal space for the embodiment of Paul Valéry's artistic intentions. This process of construction unfolding around the figure of the artist that opens up the possibility of creating a new shared space-time reality for music and architecture. In the melodrama Amphion, the most significant point in the development of artistic intentions to unite music and architecture, Valéry's individual philosophical vision turned into an attempt to create a new world order in the plane of a musical and theatrical work. So the plot of the melodrama is as follows. At night, Apollo chooses Amphion from among the humans, gives him the lyre, and with the help of the muses, initiates him into the world of creativity. When the first rays of the sun appear, Amphion wakes up and uses his lyre to first extract inept chords, and then gradually creates divine music from them. Amphion's plague moves the stones that are installed to create the city of Thebes, and its main building, the temple dedicated to Apollo. In the end, solemn muses appear, affirming the artist's great achievement. Amphion wants to celebrate his triumph, but the muses are already turning away from him in search of a new master. The figure of a hidden woman, love or death, appears, throws the lyre into the lake, and moves away, inviting Amphion to follow her, because once the work is completed, the creator has no interest in people anymore. He must disappear. Valerie's ideas, which also reflect the concept of total work of art, were also common to Arthur Honegger's worldview. In this context, the following quote from the composer is important. I dream of a collaboration so complete that the poet would often think like a musician and the musician as a poet, so that the work resulting from such a union would not be the accidental result of a series of approximations and compromises, but a harmonious synthesis of two aspects of a single idea. The symbiosis of these creative directions led to the emergence of a masterpiece where music combined with literature, dance, and architecture is transformed into a multidimensional holistic work of art that should influence the consciousness of all participants in the action, performers and listeners, and create a new shared reality for them. Therefore, given the significance of these creative ideas for the arts world, I propose to consider the functioning of the concept of total work of art at different levels of the organization of the melodrama Amphion. At the level of composition, we see a clear three-part structure, with each part corresponding to the plot. The next, at the level of organization of the musical material, we note that the reflection of significant plot and compositional moments, both in the whole process and each separately, is reinforced by a system of leitmotifs. In the melodrama Amphion, we have identified 4 leitmotifs. The leitmotif of Amphion, the leitmotif of Apollo, the leitmotif of the lyre, and the leitmotif of the artist's election. And now I invite you to listen to a fragment of the piece where all these leitmotifs come through. This is the scene of Apollo initiation of Amphion as an artist. In terms of general principles of organizing the material, the introduction of a small Baroque cycle, prelude number 9 and fugue number 10, into the melodrama as a reflection of the process of building a temple is also noteworthy. It should be noted that the temple and music are inseparably linked, both indirectly in historical development and directly in chronotopic unity. Their close relationship determines the organic combination of the tone structure with its interior space materialized in sound. Number 10, fugue, also vividly demonstrates the composer's thinking at the orchestration level. The 3-part fugue theme uniquely recreates the architectural space and the tangible movement of the material from the foundation to the dome. The first incarnation of the subject belongs to the double bassoons, cellos, double basses, and tuba. The second to the bassoons and violas, and the third to the first and second violins. I propose also to listen to a fragment of the fugue as a central element of this melodrama. Oh, sorry. So, in conclusion, highlighting the influence of mystery ideas and the use of the total work of art concept allows us to more precisely define Arthur Honegger's creative worldview paradigm, which always gravitated towards comprehensive concept, because for him the idea of combining the arts was only a starting point in his research for effective means of influencing the listener, ways of transforming the audience perception of the world by creating specific artistic wholes. Thank you for your attention. I think I can close.
Thank you, Maryna. So we have about 5 minutes for questions and comments.
So I've seen the phrases of Honegger, and I feel he had a lot of social interest cooperating with the poet and with its trying to find meaning in society. How do you think his thinking could apply to our nowadays society that is more fragmented and has lost many of the myths that make of our shared meaning?
I think that his ideas and his thoughts is very actual nowadays, and I think forever, because it's a really deep ideas about our society, about inner world of people. Because, you know, Honegger was really close man, but I think it helps him understand other people, because all of his friends admitted that he could listen all people around, and I think that these ideas that he brought to this world will be always actual and really great for understanding to all people, not just musicians or philosophers, just for all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. More questions? Anyone? Okay. We've seen some ingenious ways in which Honegger musically reacts to the contents of the... in which Honegger musically reacts to the contents of the play. I especially admire this idea, you know, the construction of the fugue, a very, very constructive piece. We very easily talk about the architectonics of the fugue, and precisely the fugue is used to construct the temple. Is there any research about some other parameters? Is there anything about, let's say, his harmonic language and how that is put into this use for bringing forth the idea? Is anything known about that?
Yes, I think so. You know, we don't have a lot of information, a lot of analysis about Honegger because the author writes is actual thing, but we have a monography by Geoffrey Spratt, I think, the England musicologist, but he tries to understand Honegger as a person, as a composer, in general, not just his harmonic or composer's ways to interact with the material. Also, we have some articles from Honegger's society, but all of them also try to understand Honegger's composer's ways. Also, like in general, we don't have particular theses or articles that can help us to understand his harmonic works or something. But I think that maybe the next year author rights will be open for all people. He's over. And I have a really big hope that I will see scores, not just for piano and for voice, because they're now in Basel's archive, and we don't have opportunity to see it as well. So yeah, that's a problem, I think, and it's really a big in our science.
Yes, Rosa, I've noticed that Honegger is not really the most favorite subject among theorists and musicologists, so that might change perhaps in the future. So let's thank Maryna once again. And we move on to the next.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Manuel Domínguez Salas. Conlon, Nancarrow.
Can I turn off this? Yes?
So everything is here.
I just... Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be once more here in this amazing place. I was here 2018 and later only by the screen, and finally I made it. I'm very happy. So also this is not the main topic of this presentation because of reasons, technical and terminological reasons. I must address to two main composers before Nancarrow. This is Georgi Ligeti and Tchaikovsky. Since the inception of micropolyphony, this technique has been directly associated with sound cloud textures, clusters, arrangements, quasi-noise effects, and internal microtonal counterpoints, primarily in the music of Georgi Ligeti and Giacomo Chelsea, who are considered pioneers of this technique. Due to the broad technical and aesthetic spectrum within which the term micropolyphony has been used, from the outset there is still no single universal accepted definition that coherently and systematically encompasses the technical and aesthetic aspect of this technique. In some research for a general definition of micropolyphony in contemporary music literature, both in Polish and foreign literature, we come across interesting proposals that provide important clues as how to approach to this concept. In his book, Georgi Ligeti, Music of the Imagination, musicologist Richard Steins offers a comprehensive definition of the term micropolyphony, specifically referring to the second movement of apparitions. According to Steinitz, Ligeti's micropolyphonic technique has developed in this piece, and from that point onward, it became a permanent element of his musical language through the 60s and 70s. Polish musicologist Iwona Lindstedt indirectly in her book Sonoristyka w twórczości kompozytorów Polski XX wieku addresses Georgi Ligeti's micropolyphonic technique. She analyzed the stylistic changes that occurred in the 60s among various composers. Micropolyphony is a dense weaving of polyphony in which the drawing of individual lines is completely lost. The resulting mass of sound was the result of simultaneity of various lines, rhythms, and colors. It's important to notice that here she mentioned the word rhythm and color. In Giacinto Scelsi's works after the 1950s, micropolyphony is based not on the classical imitative technique of multiply simultaneous melodic lines, but on the deeply interiorized sound structure of a single tone. In this foundation is the concept of internal contrapoint, as was described by the American musicologist James Mahart, which emerged from microtonal relationships and dynamic fluctuations of sound within a single pitch. Although Nancarrow's work has not previously been studied from the perspective of micropolyphony, his work can be seen as a distinct solitary path to similar mass sound textures. Unlike Ligeti and Scelsi, who shaped masses of sound by gradually blurring the boundaries of harmony, melody, and texture, Nancarrow pursued a path of radical exploration of time and its contrapuntal transformations. The most suggestive references of micropolyphony are not found in any direct theoretical pronouncements, but in one fundamental point of his artistic stance, his vision of music as a laboratory of time. Nancarrow is the first to propose in a consistent manner a music in which time constitutes the paramount compositional idea, treated both at the macro-rhythmic level, the overall of the work, and at the micro-rhythmic level, as infinitesimal temporal intervals. It is now widely recognized that this achievement yields results not only in the domain of acoustics, but also in psychoacoustics, particularly with respect to the perception of spatio-temporal continuum in the listener's mind. This is by far one of the most original aspects of American-Mexican composers overall, and yet it remains among the least assimilated and insufficiently appreciated in music historiography. In the music of Nancarrow, musical objects, melody, and harmony are discrete, and the compositional process, which in many cases is structured as a canon, allows these objects to be perceived in the order of temporal continuum. The composer explained this during in April 1977 conversation with Charles Amirkhanian in Mexico. The latter questioned the importance of canon in Nancarrow's music, to which the composer replied, "In the form of canon, complex time progressions are easier to follow when the melody lines remain the same throughout." This takes us to the polytemporal explorations realized in particular with the help of mechanical controlled player pianos, open up a new perspective of understanding polyphonic and emergent process which, similarly to micropolyphony, show time not only as a neutral medium, but as an active category constitutive of the creation of complex sound structures. Considering from a listening perspective, the polytemporal imitative contrapoint articulates depth and pitch height within the sonic space-time by means of collective trajectory. In a temporal canon, the same principle applies, that as tempo increases, successive layers of polytemporality are superimposed. The constituent parts proceed at different tempi, even though they all move in the same overall direction. Consequently, infinitesimal time intervals coalesces into a polytemporal texture, producing the impression of a perspectival listening, which may be understood as an emergent perceptual phenomenon, whereby the superimposition of tempo layers with the microtemporal phase offsets is auditorily reconstructed as a depth and directionality with sonic spacetime. By analogy with visual perspective, vanishing point and parallax, difference in tempo and phases among strata project a virtual field of depth in listening. Taking into account the above considerations, the questions arise: which aspects of Conlon and Nancarrow's compositional methodology should be observed in order to verify the validity for including his musical legacy in the process and evolution of micropolyphony in the 20th century? I present arguments that may suggest that certain methodological and aesthetic aspects can be linked to both the concept of sound mass and micropolyphony contrapoint. The methodological foundations of Nancarrow's work are based primarily on the rhythmic and harmonic postulates formulated in Henry Cowell's book, New Musical Resources, where he adopts the study of rhythm according to musical elements and related time and metrics to principles of harmony and contrapoint based on the vibration of sound. However, Nancarrow's methodology is not limited solely to Cowell's postulates, because, as Kyle Gann applied notes, Cowell's rhythmic system was born with the limitation of its periodicity, because after a certain numbers of bars, all voices, regardless of rhythmic proportions used, met again in a simultaneous attack. Nancarrow's methods of resolving this conflict by imposing varying rhythm proportions was based on the use of additive rhythm, grouping small time units into irregular metrical progressions such as 6/8, 5/8, 7/8, so on, which can be traced back to the early influence of Igor Stravinsky, the Rite of Spring. This method stands in stark contrast to Cowell's divisional rhythm, which is based on dividing a large unit, for example, a whole note, into equal parts performed simultaneously or sequentially. In light of Gann's observations, it should be noted that paradoxically, it was precisely the clash of opposing poles in the treatment of rhythm and meter that resulted in Nancarrow's music, which in auditory perception manifests itself as a refined rhythmic melodic interplay within a mass of sound. It is fascinating that Nancarrow positioned himself between two tendencies. On the one hand, towards serialism inspired by Schoenberg's dodecaphonic technique, and on the other towards Stravinsky neoclassicism. Paradoxically, these are the two aesthetics that Ligeti rejected in favor of the concept of dense mass of sound, in which polyphony becomes imperceptible to the ear, and that Chelsea, as a result of his own radical transformation, abounded in the name of destroying or going beyond the traditional contrapoint. The composer's original concept was a fascination with the play of time in physical space, as well as physico-acoustic dimension. Nancarrow himself expressed his concept of time in the following words, as was questioned by Strada when he asked, Julio Strada asked Nancarrow, which time do you prefer, the physical time or the mathematical time? Nancarrow replied, I prefer time as it should be, not as it is. In this approach, he attempted to create music in which time constitutes the main idea of the composition, determining the overall of the work at the macro-rhythmic level and in the micro-rhythmic level. Also, Nancarrow's works lacks direct reference to the microtonal techniques characteristic of Chelsea's research. The dense textures of his works of four mechanical piano bear a striking resemblance to the Italian composer's concept of sound mass. In Chelsea's case, this mass arises from the micropolyphonic density of microintervals in the internal harmonic relations of a single note, while in Ligeti's, it arises from a contrapuntal interweaving of voices that lose their linear identity. In Nancarrow, this process is paralleled by temporal emergence, multi-layer asynchronous rhythm process developed through the precise mechanics of the mechanic piano, creating textural structures comparable to Ligeti's micropolyphonic densities. In this sense, his research can be interpreted as synthesis of micropolyphonic texture, a third parallel variant of the exploration of the phenomena of sound mass, not in the microtonal or timbral dimension, but in the temporal domain, where rhythmic complexity plays a role analogous to the harmonic and sonoristic density in the works of Chelsea and Ligeti. One of the most emblematic musical examples suggesting the presence of tightly structured micropolyphony based on complex rhythmic and metric proportions can be found in study number 21, Canon X, most likely composed between 1950 and 1960. Canon X, also commonly associated with the majesticity of its sonic mass, culminating particularly in the final sequence of the piece, also reveals the complexity of its internal structure, which is the site of a systematic process leading to the creation of a temporal effects of simultaneous acceleration and deceleration, a phenomenon absolutely unique in the composer's entire overview. Two distinct temporal layers pertain to the perception of the spatio-temporal continuum in the mind simultaneously approach and recede from one another. This occurs when each line gradually reverses its rate in relation to the other, producing the effect of two complementary timelines. In the perception area and from Persian semiotics, as interpreted by de Taine, this can be described in terms of three semiotic moments: antecipium, percipium, and ponecipium, or anticipating the percept, experiencing the percept, and remembering the percept. Another study where a technique used by Nancarrow, which seems to be used unconsciously, applied corresponds to a 12-note tone series subjected to transposition, inversion, and retrogradation in study number 25. The series used by Nancarrow is noticeable from the very beginning of the piece, especially in the register of 3 octaves. The second method involves in the use of different tempo ratios to shape the varied times units arranged in the rhythmic canon structure in segment 3, 4, and 6, which represent the time ratios 7, 10, 21, 25, and 9, 10. In addition to the complex methodology of the polytemporal canon, this study highlights the wide range of sound colors that Nancarrow explored in the 8 sections of the piece: 4-note arpeggios, long arpeggios, staccati chords, tenuti chords, tenuti arpeggios, loose tenuti notes, loose staccati notes, pedal and pedal tenuto. These 4 methods that are directly related to polytemporal counterpoint, patternless isorhythmic, regular pulse, and acceleration. Study number 25 reveals a deeper community of compositional thinking, the core of which is the emergent process, the emergence of complex sound structures from the interaction of elementary parameters of time, color, and texture. In this context, it could be suggested that Nancarrow's dense temporal structures had been underestimated as one of the most significant precursors of what we call micropolyphony. A second observation worth emphasis in the transitions from linear polyphony to micropolyphony is the moment when the composer begins experimenting with both divisional and additive rhythm, while consistently choosing the mechanical piano as his sole instrument. Parallel to Ligeti's experiments in electronic music and Chelsea shifts toward internal contrapoint, Nancarrow completed his first 2 studies for mechanical piano in 1948, and probably from 1951 until 1993, he managed, as Kyle Gunn calculates, to develop 26 different time transformation methods that are listed on the screen. Of course, it's impossible to speak independently of each one. Even a cursory reading of the description of each method allowed us to grasp the way the composer adapted various time transformations, making them the primary source of rhythmic counterpoint. However, only a detailed analysis of individual cases reveals the sonic effects resembling as a sonic mass appear in the interpretation of works, sometimes throughout their entirety and sometimes only in selected fragments. It can be therefore concluded that this list, going beyond a purely methodological description of Nancarrow's techniques, also constitutes a detailed guide to the possibilities in which polytemporally counterpoint is capable of generating sonic masses, anticipating in some cases solutions that will find their full expression only decades later in musical work. In the musical context of the first half of the 20th century, the concept of mass of sound played a fundamental role in shaping new aesthetic paradigms for musical creation. This represents a shift away from traditional formal perspectives, integrating into their discourse sonic elements that in early musical practice had been consistently omitted and not constitute of a musical work. The noun mass denotes the characteristic of bifurcation in the traditional contrapoint, where mass of sounds is characterized by such considerable density and cohesion that auditory perception prevents the identification of any distinct melodic line, perceiving it as an integral sonic whole rather than the sum of the individual voices. Ligeti relates to this concept directly to the micropolyphonic texture identified in the definition above, which allows us to grasp the multidimensionality of his approach to organize the sound mass within the structure of a piece. Chelsea, on the other hand, focused on deforming the traditional notion of nota contra notum as a structural unit and instead focused on exploring its internal micropolyphonic harmonic dynamics. This process ultimately leads to the transformation of sound masses that can be interpreted as external noise, generated from the internal relationships of a single sound. Against this backdrop, Conlon Nancarrow's work reveals yet another dimension of micropolyphony, one related to temporal emergence. His systematic experiments with polytemporality and the superimposition of rhythmic proportions lead to the creation of sonic structures that, despite their lack of microtonality, reveals the attributes of micropolyphonic texture. In these works, the density and multi-layered nature of rhythmic process create a sonic mass in which individual voices lost their individuality and the whole functions as a dynamic self-organizing system. Nancarrow's micropolyphony embedded in the temporal domain can therefore be interpreted analogously to complex systems in which the interactions of local elements generate global, unpredicted forms which do not entirely entail ontological chance, but rather perceptual emergence, global patterns that are not readily deducible by the listener from the local interactions of lines at different tempi and with microtemporal phase offsets. They are deterministic in their construction, yet epistemically unpredictable due to combinatorial complexity and sensitivity to the phase relations. This takes us to explore what is the mechanism of micropolytempi and the creation of the emergent forms. On the mechanism micropolytempi, we have the dense temporal stratification. Multiplied voices proceed at different tempi or with tempo glissando, and it takes two envelopes of density and energy, crest and throes of rhythmic activity, not noted as such, but emerging from the interweaving of microtemporal phase offsets. Phase drift, small tempo difference produce continuous displacements. Quasi-synchronic points emerge and dissolve as rhythmic mores. In it emerge virtual trajectories, curves of temporal depth in which certain strata perceptually appear to approach or receive, auditory parallax, analogous to visual perspective. Mass fusion, when density surpasses certain thresholds, the lines cases to be heard as discrete entities and are perceived as a moving macro texture. We have emerging vanishing points and points of convergence, local events of partial alignment that serve as ephemeral formal anchors within a fluid of continuum, and material coherence, motivic identity among strata. maintains a common formal direction while local rhythm detail becomes opaque, unveiling the emergence of non-trivial global profiles. It takes to the emergence of textural metamorphosis, regime transitions that reconfigure perceived from without the need for explicit formal articulations. Contrapoint in Nancarrow's polytemporal contrapoint reveals a deeper community of compositional thinking, the core of which is the emergent process, the emergence of complex sound structures from the interactions of elementary parameters of time, color, and texture. And before I will finish, I want to see if I have some time to show just one example. 1 minute? Okay, we can go. Thank you for your time. Yes, okay. So we can, because every year was, I spent too much time. Every year, I want YouTube. Here is YouTube. Okay. I had it before. Two. Yeah. It's here. It's, I hope we'll go fast. Just wait. No. I think I lost it. Sorry. You can hold the arrow. Yeah. Oh, it's here. Okay. I would like to go to the last segment of the string quartet, what is called the Julio Estrada called it the Cathedral of Time. When Nancarrow for first time heard the performance of the performance by Adriti, he just listened the whole piece, and at the end he just said, "It's done." While before there were some proofs by Kronos Quartet, and Nancarrow was completely against their interpretation. Only Adriti could achieve. Synthesis of his whole work in piano, mechanical piano. Finally, he could listen one piece with these polytemporal variations played by humans. Thank you.
Okay. Let's hear questions. Yeah, the sheer quantity of information is overwhelming, so perhaps we all need some time to digest that. Yeah. Okay, please. Who's got the mic? Okay.
So Polytempo has a long history. This is an extreme view of Polytempo, but we have Polytempo just in Middle Ages with the prolation canons and everything. What do you think is the philosophical or expressive effect of having music that sounds at different times at the same time? Do you think it has some meaning, some function in particular?
Yes, I think one of the main I'm sorry. I would like to go to one slide, and then we can. I think the. Sorry. I think is this. Yes, is this. Here, these three semiotic moments, what Charles Peirce explained about time, the idea of anticipating the percept, experience the percept, and remembering the percept. Yes, because basically we think about past and future and present. But this piece with study 21, Canon X, Nancarrow could explain in musical terms how we perceive these three momentos of time moving simultaneously. Yes, what we experience as we consider past is coming from future, and at the same, what is coming from future, it became past, but everything is happening in these infinitesimal intervals of time. So if we see the graphic here from this X, no, because it is the Canon X, one linear is accelerating and the other one is decelerating. So we are hearing all the time these infinitesimal moments, the present, but at the same time our perception is intuits that something is going on the other side where it came, and from what it came is going from that it came. I don't know if I can.
Yes, it's like a synthesis of the self-perception, like we exist in all three times at the same time.
Yes, it's this, and we have this all the time in our perception. Just Nancarrow in these works, he could synthesize this idea of moving time in different directions, but all the time in the present. Yes, this is about the philosophical perception is from the Charles Peirce perception about time.
And with this okay, I'll.
Manuel, based on your research, after listening to so much music, micropolyphony and Nancarrow, and thinking about that kind of timelessness or manipulation of time, do you hear music of Bach differently now? Because, you know,
if I feel
Bach, let's say,
Bach,
like
yes.
Polyphonic music, right? Do you hear it as micropolyphony? How do you, like as a listener, because we are all listeners, and if we talk about perception, right?
Yes.
We are right there. So all this theory, maybe they have a consequence of us reconceptualizing polyphonic music, right? Of Middle Ages and Baroque and so forth. So how do you yourself
I
hear
think the idea of the micropolyphony, yes, is what you ask, is present since the Renaissance. Since the Renaissance is present, when they were moving 36 voices in one canon, it creates a whole mass of sound. So the problem probably began when we put in one system just 12 tones, and we try to organize in a manner that we hear coherence in these four voices, let's say. But before this system of 12-tone notes, micropolyphony was active, just without being theorized, yes, but it was present. What it happened now that Ligeti said rejected the dodecaphonic theory and Chelsea went into microtonal music, it's because they went out from this 12-note system and they looked for what was happening much more earlier than them, but in modern terms, yes, using electronic music, Ligeti, like this, he started to experience, and Chelsea with microtones. Nancarrow, of course, is I haven't met any theoretical study. Nancarrow is contemplating from the micropolyphonic point of view. This is my own proposition. Yes.
Okay. Well, I believe we need to move on.
On time? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we give the floor now to our next Maria Chiara Grilli.
Yes.
Okay. Please.
And now that one. Good morning, everyone. The title of my presentation is A Poetics of Failure, Glitch as a Synthesis of Languages, Shades of Presence, and World of Perception in Nicole Liset's Hitchcock Etude. Nicole Liset's composition sees its distinctive trait in a recovery of those analog devices that are today in disuse and of the malfunction which is peculiar to them, and together with this in the manipulation of pre-existing materials such as songs, karaoke recordings, sounds from early electronic games, and also fragments from movies. The latter became musical material for the first time in the Hitchcock Etude for piano, soundtrack, and video. Which, compared to her later work, therefore have an experimental value. Liset selects certain sequences from Psycho, The Man I Knew Too Much, and The Birds by Alfred Hitchcock, and by recontextualizing them, achieves a synthesis between past and present. Correspondingly, she makes the alteration where the pre-existing acquires a new identity. Images and sounds, dialogue, Foley effects, and soundtrack are manipulated through the use of glitch, that is to say, a digital recreation of those malfunctions which in the videocassettes were caused by tape wear. Among these failures, the collection employs accidental rewind throughout by translating this into a continuous repetition of short modules or sequences within which one can, however, find a certain variety, arising from the repetition itself. In this, glitch also produces the piano part, which compared to the borrowed materials is totally new. We can then see the opening of the first etude, where Liset deconstructs the title sequence that Saul Bass creates for Psycho, and consequently the names of Hitchcock and Bernard Herrmann, the composer of the soundtrack, thus immediately clarifying that the cinematic work is no longer such. This first example shows how the synthesis of temporal dimensions coexists with the synthesis effected by the means. If enacting at the same time on the audio and the video component, the accidental glitch is in itself an act of synthesis, then Liset maintains this characteristic both by treating the image and the sound of each selected fragment always together, and by making the transition from a cinematic sequence to another, and that from a piano situation to another, always synchronous. As mentioned, repetition creates a difference within itself. At the first level, this lies in an intervallic and rhythmic variation of motivic cells and in the transposition, which similarly to the module are not an end in themselves, but a translation of the accidental effects of the analogical failure. These differences add to the one already inherent in the glitch, which being random is never the same. Liset translates this instability in a constant change of meter, which together with the continuous co-implication of difference and repetition, makes the givenness of the material entirely unpredictable. In her synthesis of difference and repetition, Liset strengthens both of them. The difference is amplified through incursions of a certain material into another, which are a further result of the rewind. Such incursions can carry a certain material from one section to another of the same etude, but also from one etude to another. They can then constitute breaking points within the reiteration of a model or occur as superimpositions, thereby expanding the audiovisual texture. In this last case, Lizet's modular approach is that of electronic music DJs who consider single audio tracks as superimposable objects, an idea which indeed leads them to create new works from pre-existing samples, much like Lizet herself. Examples of both situations are found in the Doris Day etude, whose bass sequence is derived from this scene of the Meno Nutu Match in which John McKenna, played by Doris Day, sings Que Sera Sera and accompanies herself at the piano. I'm going to share an example of incursion through juxtaposition where Psycho interrupts the reiteration of the bass sequence, while the image where Doris Day appears over Janet Lake can give you an idea of the superimposition. Strengthening the continuity of the repetition is in contrast the choice of fragments presenting the same gesture, and in addition the fact that Lizet insists on this same gesture, thus creating a movement pattern setting within the video a rhythm which overrides the viewer's rhythm of vision. By way of example, I have combined the fragments in which the movie characters turn back on themselves. In this framework, the etude also produces synthesis of cinematic and musical language, thus reinterpreting features of the directorial technique and of the conceptuality the latter arises from. This reinterpretation is likely favored by the fact that composer and director share the same posture, in that they are both interested more in the technique and style with which a subject can be portrayed than in the subject itself, and they both look beyond what is visible to others. Lizet chooses to work with what, in her eyes, can become music if treated in a certain manner, but which is not usually considered musical material. Whilst Hitchcock states, I am, let's say, like a painter who paints flowers. It is the way of treating things that interests me. But on the other hand, if I were a painter, I would say, I can only paint what contains a message. In short, Lizet's reinterpretation is structured in four main ways. First, the creation of difference through repetition reinterprets Hitchcock's reuse of the same element on various occasions. Second, like the director, the composer pushes the film towards the irrational. Third, Lizet appropriates the cameo, which is Hitchcock's signature, appearing next to the characters of the movies. Fourth, she amplifies the alteration of the singing and speaking voice already present in the movies. Having already examined the co-implication of difference and repetition, I'm now going to discuss the second point, which is to say the push towards the irrational, in which points 3 and 4 are included. In Hitchcock movies, the characters do not understand the reasons for what is happening, and both setting and technical choices are often such as to distance the facts from what we consider as possible in the real world. For her part, Lisée pushes the film world towards the irrational, not only in the very act of recontextualizing it through glitch, which is itself irrational by nature, but also one, by reiterating certain gestures for a time that is noticeably longer than that which they occupy within the original context of the movie, as we already seen. And also, two, by creating for the audience a break in the normal relationship between what is seen and heard, echoing those cases in which a similar break occurs in Hitchcock movies due to the use of an acousmatic voice. An example of this is found again in the Doris Day Etude, where Lisée uses the scream to create a lack of correspondence between kinesics and vocal gesture. She borrows from the Men Knew Too Much the sequence in which, during the concert at the Royal Albert Hall, having heard the gunshot, John McKenna screams because, being aware of a plan to harm the ambassador, she fears he has been fatally hit. Lisée obliterates the scream and makes the gaping of Jo's mouth correspond to the singing she performs in the structuring module of the etude, and at the same time presents her movement in slow motion, as we have previously seen. Going towards the irrational, the etudes also work a synthesis of musical languages. In reinterpreting the movies, Lisée gives her music the same capacity to push the audience beyond the ordinary possessed by sound in Hitchcock works just as the image. This quality belongs to Herman's music, provoking unease or fear in the audience by avoiding symmetry within the building of the themes, making major and minor coexist and employing counter-emotions. But this is also apparent when fulfilling the function of the soundtrack are acoustic elements of various kinds. This happened in The Birds, where Oscar Salas' Mixtur Trautronium makes the bird calls totally unnatural. From an acoustic perspective, the departure from rationality in Lisée is already in the deconstruction itself, which leads to a lack of context and situations and make the film's sounds and voices lose their narrative function, and hence be perceived solely as sonic objects. This subversion of the logic of sound is then helped by the pervasive metrical irregularity and the way Lisée alludes to a tonality which is not really such, preventing the listener from seizing any moment as a resolution. This general instability in sound perception is strengthened by the use of pitch shifting and delay, which can also generate virtual and unwritten patterns, as in the opening of the first etude. The intentional glitch creates in the viewer a sensory integration. In other words, it makes image sound and sound visible. This equality between listening and vision appears as such not so much because the failure affects them at the same time, but rather because Lisée prevents one component from overpowering the other through precise choices. She demands a continuous synchronicity between performer and screen, uses a cinematic fragment featuring a piano, as we have seen, and, new element, gives the pianist an optional vocal part in 3 out of 5 etudes. However, the predetermination of the fruition is not limited to creating a balance between audio and visual reception. In introducing the etude, Lisée clarifies that by manipulating films, she intends to subvert the audience knowledge while at the same time appealing to a collective memory. In an interview with the Canadian magazine La Scena Musicale, Lisée states that, I quote, "What happens in the etude is that the tape, the film, and the characters go into a different world. She describes the collection as a fever dream where everything becomes more vivid, unpredictable, and psychedelic. The act of putting together therefore finds a further reification. As it becomes a mechanism, the technical anomaly becomes a means of creating a perceptual anomaly." If in our reception the malfunction is an error of logic, this happens because the features I have described are where Lisée builds in the audience perceptual behaviors which are typical of altered states of consciousness, in other words, of illusions and hallucinations. Put differently, with respect to the etude, the audience experiences an organized hallucination. I'm not using this expression as a mere poetic summary of Lisée's words, but because through referencing the work of the well-known neurologist Oliver Sacks, have been able to assimilate the perception conditioned by Lisée and the actual altered states of consciousness. In the first pages of his book Hallucinations, before describing his patients' experiences, Sachs makes a distinction. An illusion is such if there initially something real, for example, a human figure, while hallucinations are built from nothing, meaning that they are percepts that originate in the absence of any external reality. By applying these definitions to the fruition of the etude, we can then consider the context of the concert hall as the real and understand the absence of reality as what is elsewhere with respect to the whole, namely the world of the film, and thereby attempt to trace sound boundaries. In the experience of the audience, the illusion is the result of the interaction that Lisée creates between different levels of reality. One, by treating the movie characters as a second performer, and also by enabling the pianist to interact with the multimedia part through an exact transcription of the glitch. Two, by deleting the distance between the audience and the screen. In this sense, one example is found in the Soul Bus etude, where in using psycho sequence of Marion's escape, Lisée reiterates the framing on the windscreen, giving the viewer the impression of being at the wheel, thus of replacing the actress. 3. By playing with the placement of the bodies and correlatively with the sound source association. Such posture is clearly reified in the Doris Day etude. Besides giving a structural value to the scene in which the actress is at the piano, Lisée appears in the video herself next to her, thus appropriating that cameo which is Hitchcock's signature. Furthermore, prescribes an optional vocal part for the pianist. The synthesis of levels of reality, therefore, lies here. Firstly, by not seeing the actress as end, we can think that it is she who is playing the piano part of the etude. Secondly, if the performer chooses to sing the optional vocal part, then his voice would seem to come, at least in part, from the film world. Finally, the presence of the composer in the video leads the audience to place her in a past era. If illusion is the outcome of everything that shifts the presence of the performer and the audience, or better, brings them closer to the film world and enables them to interact with the materials employed, then hallucination, on the other hand, lies in what arises from pushing the cinematic footage towards the unreal. Hallucinatory effects are therefore the appropriation by certain images of a sound originally linked to others and the resulting lack of correspondence between kinesics and vocal gesture. The incursion of a movie into another, and the reiteration of a movement always in the same direction. It is precisely these facts that occur in the hallucinatory experiences described by Sachs, together with perceptual blackouts and moments of humor. These two conditions are also recreated by Lisée. Frequently, the screen unexpectedly goes to black, so that the viewer experiences a sort of perceptual blackout, and Lisée uses failure also to achieve comic effects, as in the shower etude, reinterpreting a few seconds of psycho shower scene. While the figures and the sound quality chosen for the electronic part make it reminiscent of a video game, the glitch reverses the gesture of the mother, who, after pulling back the shower curtain, closes it, as if in the midst of second thoughts. The insistence on the same shot also makes the victim repeatedly turn towards the killer, in a sort of reiteration of that. Finally, in the concluding part, not only does the water go down the drain, but it goes back up due to rewind, and scream is treated so as to create a pattern. The organized hallucination and the real one not only share some specific traits, but also others which are more general. Both involve or can involve different sensory spheres, and as psychic hallucination, the one predetermined by Lisée shows a certain incongruity within the succession of the materials, although it allows us to recognize factors of coherence, such as the return of gestures and characters. Moreover, in recontextualizing a material belonging to a collective memory, Lisée recreates the possibility of the true alteration, of showing us something we have seen in the past. Finally, if composing is organizing a hallucination, then modularity translates the reiteration of visual and or auditory stimuli whose monotony, according to Sachs, can produce hallucinatory phenomena. As Lisée builds the illusion leading the film towards an elsewhere, it seems legit to affirm that in the Hitchcock etude, illusion becomes hallucination. In fact, the different word Lisée refers to is that through which the audience stays throughout the performance in what Sachs calls a secondary word, that is, in the hallucinatory word. The synthesis of words of perception can be such also because Lisée creates multiple shades of presence, that is to say, renders the movie characters present in the musical composition to different degrees, and in addition determines the degree of their proximity to the audience. More specifically, if on the one hand the cameo distances Lisée from the present time of the concert hall, on the other it brings her closer to the actors. However, this closeness is only illusory. In fact, compared to the film's reality, the cameo transforms Lisée, just like Hitchcock, into an almost phantom, in the sense that since neither the composer nor the director play a part, their presence has no narrative pertinency, so that they cannot establish a relationship either with the context or with the characters, who are indifferent towards them. Second, two different shades of present are then created through the alternation of black and white and color obtained by Lisée using Psycho, the only black and white film of those recontextualized for the first, third, and last etude. In this alternation, the transition to black and white distances the audience from the factuality of the context. Third, another double level of presence is found in the superimposition, leading the audience to perceive the image appearing transparently as distant and the opaque one as near. The encounter between film world and secondary world then realizes a special convergence thanks to the stutter etude, structured on the utterance of Norman Bates, Psycho's protagonist. As you may remember, he suffers from a multiple personality disorder, which at times pushes him to replace his deceased mother, Norma Bates. In fact, it is he who is the homicidal mother in the scene reinterpreted by Lisée in the shower etude. Here is that the convergence. By pushing the movie towards the unreal and perception towards an altered state, Lisée equates the condition of the observer with Norman's, not only with the third etude, but with the entire collection. With this, I mean that the break of the normal relationship with the self, characterizing the pathological, finds its counterpart in the break of the normal perceptual mechanisms of the viewer. Indeed, Norman also experiences a hallucination, and if hallucination is that in which the ordinary relationship with corporeality, thus the normal relationship between the subject and the visible, undergoes an alteration, then this happens both to him and the viewer. If on the one hand, in becoming his mother, Norman places her in himself, thus making her part of his reality, on the other, in experiencing an organized hallucination, the audience makes it part of their own reality, which is not only that of the concert hall, but also that of memory. A paradox then emerges. The original movie appears to the audience as fiction, the hallucination as truth. Within our convergence, Norman and the viewer-listener then have another point in common. The break of the normal relationship with reality is for both a break of the common relationship with language. It is in fact in subtracting words from the logic of language that throughout the collection Lisée reinterprets, as anticipated, the alteration that common utterance already presents in Hitchcock. In this sense, an example is the bass sequence of the stutter etude that Lisée builds on Norman's lisping voice. Transcribing the glitch allows her to extract the pitches internal to Anthony Perkins' speech and thus bring to light a quasi-melody that remains hidden in the original movie. This draws a parallel, in that just as Norman Saturn's hides the quasi-melody which structures the etude, so the movie scene hides the truth. Norman stuffs birds to keep them alive, and he does the same with his mother by preserving her body. Yes, 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Mother, my mother, it might be, is really a falsity, because you is really a falsity, because you is really a falsity.
On the performance side, the breaking of the normal relationship with the body and with language is a synthesis between nature and artifice, since the body and technology exchange their respective ways of experiencing error. Considering the analog as the second term of the relationship, we can say that the human, at least at a conceptual level, from natural becomes artificial. The performer finds himself having to play the error, which is normally unthinkable for him, and thereby assimilates a trait that is distinctive of the worn tape Lisée refers to, which failure is completely natural. If the second term of the relationship is instead seen in the digital technology Lisée works with, it is the machine that takes possession of what pertains to the human. In being managed on failures, it becomes humanized, losing the infallibility that we usually acknowledge in it. A final synthesis is found between actual and virtual. This is true if the virtual is both understood as a space within which everything is possible, and as a space in a time that is other. On the other hand, transforming the hallucination into a truth, Glitch burdens at once the possible of the composition of the original movie and of the experience in the concert hall. On the other hand, it actualizes the past in making the content of a hallucination. This actualization takes place in a chain of nows. To conclude, the inquiry I have summarized shows how a single gesture of synthesis can create a multi-level synthesis. In this, it allows us to define that of Lisée as a poetic of failure. As in the etude, failure is not only a construction principle, but is also what regulates every aspect of the fruition, molding perception and calling into question the listener's ability to orient themselves within the sound. I hope that this contribution may be a starting point from an inquiry for an inquiry into those other works Lisée has composed in analogy to the Hitchcock etude. Thank you.
Now we are already slightly over time, so perhaps one very brief question, or to relegate all discussion to the coffee, which I think we need very, very badly.
Thank you.
So,
I think we should continue, and unfortunately, our next presenter, Daniel Serrano Garcia, is absent from our online conference, so we will continue with the subsequent presentation by Aaron Reisling.
Reising, yeah.
And his presentation, I'm really gonna butcher that. My Estonian is quite rusty. Tine Kirvits, yes.
Yeah.
Musical offering, elegies of Thule as a vessel of for preservation and flourishing of the Estonian musical tradition. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I've become fascinated by the musical culture of Estonia, one that is in itself synthetic, rooted in the ancient regalau, and later shaped by the Baltic German culture. I had the pleasure of living in Tallinn for 5 months last year in 2024, familiarizing myself with the work of the nation's leading performers and composers, and it was in the work of composer Tenu Kurvits that I discovered a creative transformation of Estonia's historic musical lineage. In this presentation, I assert that Kurvits's creative output demonstrates a deep connection with Estonia's tradition and cultural aesthetics. In my investigation, I focus on the third movement of his symphonic work, Elegies of Thule, which contains material absorbed from a traditional hymn. I place particular emphasis on the seamless integration of folk material, through which Kurvits transcends mere reiteration of tradition to create a sophisticated synthesis between historical elements and his contemporary voice. My analysis utilized the model of Bela Bartok 1933 and its reconceptualization by James Bennett 2016, which highlights a bilayered integrity to folk music, comprising an internal and external form. My investigation places particular interest on Kurvits's engagement with the hymn's internal form, which represents its deeper structural essence and semantics. The ultimate objective of this paper is to contribute to a broader discussion regarding contemporary composers and their abilities to implement synthetic methods into their compositions, engaging with the past with both preservation and innovation in mind. Bartok's extensive writings on peasant music or folk music articulate its development over a long history, suggesting an external form is present. This external form is defined as, quote, being without an essential basis, end quote, elements of the music that may undergo both essential and unessential changes over time through repetition and performance. In his reconceptualization of Bartok's model, Bennett 2016 provides a refinement of the framework, suggesting that if there is an external form, there must also be an internal form, which he defines as the, quote, communal ideas of particular folk songs existing more abstractly than their external counterparts, end quote. The concept of folk music's internal form has been indirectly referenced by collector of Gaelic folk music Patrick MacDonald, who, quote, clearly had thought about the identity of each work in tradition, end quote. According to Gelbart 2007, composer and collector of Scottish folk music Robert Burns would go further to suggest, quote, the concept of the evolving and transforming meta-work, end quote. With these sources in mind, I propose to define the internal form of folk music as a culturally embedded and collectively held understanding of its essence and expressive meaning, independent of any single performance. Furthermore, I maintain that in the Estonian musical tradition, internal form is a phenomenon that encompasses not only the shared melodic patterns, poetic meter, and thematic symbolism passed down through generations, but also its historical context reflecting communal memory and serving as a vessel for national identity. The traditions of Estonian folk music begin with the introduction of the regalau form, which represents the earliest folk music among the Baltic Finnic peoples and served as an oral means of preserving knowledge, stories, poetry, and historical events. It is well established that the regalau predates the development of Germanic-influenced folk song styles, and we may infer that the regalau existed prior to the arrival of Crusaders in the early 13th century. While the practice of regalau gradually declined and became a more rural tradition, aspects of its practice continued to impact music in Estonia as evident with folk hymn variants. In his dissertation, Favaza Jr. 2018 defines folk hymn variants as hymns that have undergone transformations upon their introduction to the Estonian people, particularly under the influence of the pre-existing musical traditions. As a result of the Protestant Reformation, hymns were brought to Estonia by Protestants beginning in the early 16th century and absorbed stylistic elements of the regalau. Favaza further notes the absence of pipe organs in Estonian liturgical practice until the 17th century, suggesting that hymn singing in rural areas was practiced predominantly a cappella. The intersection between Western hymns and native Estonian musical practices is evident in the final movement of Elegies of Tule, Tõnu Kõrvitz's three-movement work for string orchestra premiered on February 23, 2007 in Tartu, Estonia. The third movement, titled Ma vaatan üles mäele, in English, I Look Up to the Hill, is named after a folk hymn variant. The original hymn, Ich blick nach der Höhe, is from the 1755 chorale book of German-Moravian composer Johann Daniel Grimm. Its text depicts a figure gazing upon the hill where Christ lay bloodied, offering a prayer. Quote, O blessed revelation may you often occur, end quote, a plea to remember his sacrifice. While the folk hymn variant does not embody the true regalau form, its alterations from the original allude to an improvisatory nature informed by the ancient tradition. An analysis of the external form of the folk hymn variant, Ma vaatan üles mäele, proves difficult, as only the manuscript is available as seen in image 1, without recordings of individual performances in which the external form would vary across interpretations. I assert that live performances should be considered true embodiments of the external form as defined by Bartók, especially in a medium such as folk song, where notated music played little or no role whatsoever. This is not to say there is no value here. As discussed by Gelbart 2007, the late 18th century brought new understanding to folk texts, where they were, quote, seen as clusters of related variants forged over time. Such variants were valid in and of themselves authentic national representations, since each was itself a creation of tradition, end quote. In the context of this paper, an analysis of this manuscript, albeit quite superficial, helps to establish a baseline familiarity with the hymn and provides context for elements found in both the hymn and Kõrvitz's composition, which I consider to be external to the hymn's deeper meaning. Image 2 shows the folk hymn variant as written in the manuscript. When placed next to the original Moravian hymn as pictured in image 3, a few observations are worth note. For example, the harmonic and voice-leading anomalies throughout that would be considered extrinsic to the 18th century Western practices in which the original Moravian hymn derived. Circled are two examples of stylistically strong beats which contain a perfect fifth and octave, lacking an identifying third. It is possible to examine how this hymn and folk hymns originating in a similar historical context have functioned and continued to function with a perspective similar to Robert Burns, who, according to Gelbart 2007, quote, not only compared variants of the same tune, but considered the ancestry of tunes, the process of transformation and the links of one tune to another, end quote. Under this scope, the internal form of Estonian folk hymn variants can be observed through their method of practice and cultural contexts. Living as servants and laborers to the German nobility, Estonians concealed their pagan practices despite being forced into Catholicism and subsequently Lutheranism. Throughout this period, religious practices were only held in the Germanic language. As Branch 1993 writes, quote, command of language was an essential tool in the eradication of non-Christian beliefs and practices, end quote. In the early 18th century, Moravian missionaries arrived in Estonia. By learning the Estonian language and encouraging liturgical singing in the vernacular, the missionaries emboldened Estonians to reconceptualize their identity, advocating for a sense of cultural pride. The hymn, Ich blick nach der Höhe, was brought to Estonia by the Moravians, and thus we may assume that the resulting folk hymn variant was encouraged into development by the missionaries. This folk hymn variant is representative of an era in Estonian history where a peasantry consisting of pagans hiding their own beliefs, traditions, and culture was actually encouraged to seek a better life through a religious entity such as the Moravian Church. This folk hymn variant also reflects the traditions that influenced its transformation, such as its repetitive structure, preference for diatonic melodies, and ornamentation, which can be traced back to the ancient regalau form. In his third movement, Kõrvitz's musical material is almost exclusively derived from this folk hymn variant. Found throughout the piece are variations of the hymn's melody, labeled in image 3 as variation A, numbers 1 through 4, and variation B, numbers 1 through 4. These variations are all constructed diatonically in the key of A major and resemble melodic contours found in the original folk hymn variant. The movement begins with violas 1 and 2 performing variations which rhythmically contradict each other. The resulting counterpoint creates a layered texture, blurring the perception of a definitive pulse and producing a homogenized sonic landscape. This compositional approach characterizes the movement as a whole, in which the diatonic variations of the hymn are continuously layered. Through this technique, Karosas transforms the external features of the source material into elements of deeper structural and expressive significance, not by constructing his own complex harmonic or contrapuntal elements, but by allowing the melodic voices derived from the hymn to unfold in an organic fashion. This natural unfolding of the material permeates the fabric of the third movement, closely mirroring the performance practices characteristic of the Regolal tradition, as Deitz 2004 defines it. Quote, "Part of the structure of these songs is inherent in the way they are performed. There is virtually always a call and response, that is, a line is sung by the leader that is then repeated by the chorus. The chorus may consist of one or a few voices. The same melody may be sung twice, or it may be modified when the poetic line is repeated. The singing of the chorus begins on the last word of the line just sung by the leader, who will herself continue singing by joining in the last word of the chorus, before going on to a new line of verse. This creates a seamlessly endless chain of song. In recently published scores of the many compositions in which Tormes has used the entire melody and text of a Regolal, he frequently explains that no breath is to be heard between the beginning and end of a line of verse, thereby emphasizing the linkage," end quote. While not exact, I detect similarities between the compositional form of Karosas' work and the ancient Regolal form. In this case, violas 1 and 2 serve as an initial leader, performing the first line of verse, variations A1 and B1, followed by the chorus or the divisi violin 2 section, variations A2 and B2. As seen in image 6, the chorus overlaps with the final measure of the leader. Over the course of this piece, these variations, resembling verses in the Regolal form, are repeatedly performed and modified by all sections of the string orchestra, totaling 8 unique variations. While the modifications are not as they would appear in the Regolal form, the layered, repetitive alterations are reflective of the structural essence of the Regolal. In addition to his treatment of melody and rhythm, Karosas emulates the internal form of Estonian folk music more broadly through his manipulation of musical texture and the resulting harmonic landscape. Drawing on his lyrical and neo-romantic idiom, Karosas weaves the external elements of the folk hymn variant into a dense polyphonic texture, out of which emerges new harmonies and contrapuntal relationships resembling the sound of many voices singing together, a technique that reinforces its cultural context, draws upon traditional performance practices, and mirrors Veljo Tormes' notion that, quote, "no breath is to be heard," end quote, in the performance of Regolal. These compositional techniques evoke a sense of perpetual motion and uninterrupted musical flow throughout the movement and creates, quote, "a seamlessly endless chain of song," end quote, as visualized in image 7. At the same time, Karosas establishes an atmosphere not shaped by overly dramatic material, but by a subtle and sustained musical process, unfolding gradually from hushed dynamics and suspended texture. The movement slowly gains energy, and rather than erupting into gestures emphasizing individual voices, its development is controlled and creates the impression of a rising communal voice. This pinnacle of the movement does not symbolize a loss of control, but a culmination of shared emotion, a moment in which the communal voice gathers strength through unity and persistence. Karvitz's third movement of Elegies of Thule engages deeply with the internal form of the folk hymn variant as well as Estonian folk music more broadly, not merely as surface-level material to quote, but as living tradition. This living tradition, shaped by communal participation, repetition, and endurance, carries the weight of Estonia's history of foreign imposition, where the act of singing together became a form of cultural preservation and nonviolent resistance. The sustained and controlled trajectory of the third movement leads Karvitz's work to evoke not only elements of the hymn, but also the enduring resilience of the Estonian people who created it centuries ago. As Gelbart 2007 emphasizes, tradition functions as a connection to the past that must grow organically from within. The emotional and formal elements of Karvitz's composition reflect an authentic engagement with internal form, serving as a vessel for the preservation and flourishing of the Estonian musical tradition. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Aaron. Are there any questions? Comments?
Thank you for your nice presentation. As if I understood well, this piece is based on the many different versions of the same melody, yeah?
Yes.
And the multiple layer texture is constructed. I'm interested if the composer incorporates other aspects of folk music performance, like timbre or, I don't know, sound quality, which is very also specific and different from classical performance.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I was able to draw some connections in timbre specifically. While it wouldn't be string instruments, it was a very homogenized timbre, which also resembles the sound of voices being very homogenized. And then also, as I didn't have time to touch on here, the ornamentations found throughout the piece also reflect some of the ornamentations found in the ancient regalal form in Estonian music culture. So those were a couple. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, I know you're a young composer who's thinking about, your own aesthetics and your future as a composer. What did you learn from Karvits that, moves you forward, your own compositional thinking?
I think I really admire the ability to, as I said, not use pre-existing material, especially folk music, as things to quote in like a very literal sense, but rather finding the underlying essence in those things, especially if they're historically found historically. So yeah, I think I admire his ability to find underlying essence in pre-existing material and in employing that into his composition and still having a very contemporary voice that's, I think, relevant in today's day and age, as where quoting material could, I shouldn't say be less relevant, but it still allows him to have a very unique compositional voice, I think.
Thank you for the presentation. It just occurred to my mind that especially because, well, Finland and Estonia are neighboring countries, and Sibelius was treating the folk music tradition in Finland pretty similarly. So do you think that this is basically a contemporary music response to the same mode of thinking like with Sibelius?
Thank you for your question. It may be. I will say that in my research, I wasn't able to dive into Sibelius and his compositional techniques, so I can't articulate that very clearly. But I know that there have been other composers throughout time that have more internalized the internal form of traditional music rather than quotation. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to clearly articulate Sibelius's music.
Yeah, I just think that his the way how he was treating the traditional Finnish tradition in music seems to have some kind of a relation to that, because he wasn't really doing direct quotations either, but was mostly inspired by it.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely something I'd be happy to look into. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
More questions? Comments? Since we have a little bit of time left, I would also like to share some impressions. I also really liked the idea how he created multiple versions of the same song and this kind of variants of different interpretations of the same songs sounding together. We had two conferences in a row to address how to correctly implement folk and national material to contemporary composition, and we still don't have an answer how to do that. I think that was a really brilliant idea because it creates an image of something that might have happened or might have never happened, but it still speaks in this kind of folk tradition. Regarding timbre, I don't have... I believe I haven't heard Estonian traditional music, so I can't really make a clear connection, but for my visualization, it's this kind of homogeneous, even sound of strings really reflects the mentality of Estonian people. Much more than Lithuanians, for example. We have very, very rough timbres associated with folk music. And when Lithuanian composers use something like string orchestra and layers of Lithuanian songs, it irritates me. And here I find it very organic, so that was my impression. So, yeah.
I must say I was really impressed by this sound excerpt that I heard. talking about the use of folk and traditional music, of course, there is no correct way to use it, definitely. But I think historically, especially with those small nations, I've seen that in Serbia, and I'm quite sure something like that would be found in Estonia. It usually begins with collecting and some primitive harmonizations of folk tunes, and then writing some paraphrases on the collected folk music, and then moving on to some quote-unquote more serious composing, which is sometimes formulated as, you know, how a folk musician would have done it had he been a true accomplished artist. And then move on to, again, with postmodernism, again, quotation becomes more interesting, but specifically contextualized. And then specific Serbian specialty, which again may not be only Serbian. During the 1990s, with the surge of nationalism, then again, composer descended into most primitive quotation, but without any superstructure, just to demonstrate their national belonging. I think that's the sort of thing that you can find everywhere. Not perhaps exactly, not always in the same order, okay, but I think that's the general tendency. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
If you have noticed something like that in Estonia.
Thank you, Aaron, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And I think our presenter, online presenter, Daniel Serrano Garcia, should be here. No? No?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay, here we are. Here we go. Yes, this is Daniel and his presentation. I lost it. Little Bang, window, form, multiplication, accumulation, 4 figures of synthesis in Salvatore Scerino's Macbeth. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I will have to share my screen. Just a moment. So I guess you can see now.
We have it, yes.
And if I change the slide, you can see it too? The new slide?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, perfect. Just to make sure everything is okay. Wonderful. Well, hello everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present at the International Conference Principles of Music Composing, Phenomenon of Synthesis. My paper entitled Little Bang, Window for Multiplication, Accumulation, 4 Figures of Synthesis in Salvatore Scerino's Macbeth explains how Scerino's compositional figures articulate different modes of synthesis within his 2002 opera Macbeth, titled 3 Acts Without a Name After Shakespeare. It was premiered at the Schwetzingen Festival by the SWR Orchestra Stuttgart under Johannes Debus, and Macbeth reimagines Shakespeare's tragedy through a highly reduced and self-reflexive dramaturgy. Scerino's libretto condenses the action far beyond Verdi's adaptation, creating a space where sound, silence, and gesture become the primary bearers of meaning. In Le figure della musica da Beethoven a oggi, 1998, Schaeffer conceptualized several compositional figures that describe processes of temporal and material transformation. These figures, little bang, window form, multiplication, accumulation, and also genetic transformation, provide a framework through which physical material evolves, expands, or ruptures. This study investigates how these figures function within Macbeth as structural and perceptual principles, mediating between theory and compositional practice.
Excuse me, Daniel, but we only see the first slide of yours. Maybe you're sharing the wrong screen.
I will try again.
Yes, we can see only like the first slide zoomed in.
Yeah, I get this. Let me see if the sentence is a bit tricky. Okay, can you see more now?
Yes, that's good.
If I'm changing the slide, it's better? Yeah,
it's okay.
Sorry, I hope you can hear me well too, because sometimes the sound is not that super good. Okay, so it was with Le figure della musica. This study investigates how these figures function within Macbeth as structural and perceptual principles mediated between theory and compositional practice. With this conceptual background in place, we can now turn to the first of these figures, the little bang, to examine how Schaeffer translates his theoretical language into concrete musical experience. He writes, "We all know what the Big Bang is, the initial explosion from which the universe is said to have been born, the moment when the expansion of the cosmos began. The bang can truly be a little bang, limited in scope and effect. It takes very little for an element to seem to assume a position of supremacy and to attract the weaker elements. Conversely, these seem to gravitate within the orbit of the event of greater weight." Now you will see the score. A bang, whether big or small, is for Schaeffer an impulse that usually triggers the emergence of a new texture and new musical elements. This kind of event occurs frequently in Schaeffer's music, but one striking example of its violin impact can be found in his opera Macbeth. Before I continue, just a quick note on the slide that follow. You will see selected excerpts from the score, because the score is pretty big. So you have one orchestra on the stage, one orchestra in the pit, you have a big choir, and also you have singers. So I cannot show the whole score, otherwise you are not going to understand much. And so I've chosen to display only short focus segments in order to ensure clarity and readability, and to highlight exactly those details that are central to the analysis. Macbeth's last words here are, "It would frighten me, but look there." Immediately after this, a short explosion erupts across many instrumental orchestras, causing a sudden textural change, with two alternating flutes producing an ostinato build on rapid overblown notes. In this new texture, the choir sings, "Come quickly, come quickly." You can now listen to this excerpt, which includes an example of a little bang performed by vocal ensemble Nova and Clan from Wien. I hope you could listen to this example.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Another figure described by Schaeffer is the so-called window form, which also strongly underlines the plot of this opera. connecting the action taking place here with Mozart's Don Giovanni. Chorino expressed this idea as follows. Today, time does not flow as it once did. It has become this continuous relative variable. Variable, as we move from one part of the other world to another, we compress and stretch time. Relative, we can communicate with distant countries where at the same instant, the clocks show a different hour. Discontinuous, we can stop time, interrupt it, just take a photo. Then when we look at the photo, we place within our present a small frame of the past. This figure, therefore, connects different spaces and times with one another. A window opens, offering a vision of another room, and usually we then return to the original space. A powerful example of this occurs in the Act number 2, Scene 2. An ostinato takes place, characterized by the slap tone patterns of the saxophones, clarinets, and bassoons, combined with the repeated air sounds of the trumpet and trombone. Then later comes a sudden rupture. It is a little bang, a forte chord that coincides precisely with a moment of dramatic tension. Macbeth has just uttered, "If only Banquo were here," alluding to the man he has ordered to be killed. With these very words, a quotation from Mozart's Don Giovanni begins to emerge. It recalls the contour scene from Don Giovanni, another banquet, another murderer, another ghost. The courtier, interrupting Mozart's quotation, asks, "What is troubling you?" After this intervention, Mozart's quotation is taken up again by the orchestra. Then the ghost interrupts this quotation in bar 69, calling Macbeth's names twice. Once again, we hear a fragment of Mozart's quotation, this time very brief. The ghost calls Macbeth's names twice, once more. Mozart's sounds re-emerge again. At the end, Macbeth says, you cannot accuse me, you cannot accuse me. At this moment, the music heard before the first Mozart quotation returns. Chorino thus integrates the figure of the window form, and he transports the listener through different spatial and temporal dimensions, only to return at the end to the starting point. In between, we experience short fragments of Mozart's Don Giovanni, continually interrupted by the characters. All these textual changes are caused by the figure that Chorino himself calls the window form. Now you will listen to the entire excerpt that we have just analyzed. Let's now move to the next figure, the genetic transformation. Although it does not appear in the title or abstract of my presentation, it should nevertheless be included in this analysis. since it helps us to understand the following figure that comes right after this. Here is how Sciarrino described this figure. Let's turn to the characteristic traits of the theme with variations. This ancient form handed down through the composers of the classical period. For the listener, it is in moving from one variation to the next that the awareness of transformation progresses. Whereas in today's language, variation occurs within an internal perspective of a single piece. One thing is certain, we must repeat in order to perceive what is changing. And ultimately, the very mechanism of language itself is based on a principle of variation. Here we see only one voice, Macbeth. He sings, "Let the gaze not grasp the hand. Let the gaze not grasp the hand. Yet it took pleasure." Over these texts, he sings several melodic fragments that seem to share a similar structure. The first appearance, we can identify the red frame motif, which begins on G's up, makes a glissando upwards, and then descends. In the next 5 appearances, this motif re-emerges, sometimes literally repeated, sometimes varied, yet consistently preserving its directional motion while employing different intervals. If we look more closely, we can recognize a second motif, framed in blue, which represents an inversion of the first one's movement. Now the glissando moves downwards before rising again. The same relationship continues in the following appearances, not in the exactly the same way, but maintaining the same directional motion. In the 5th appearance, we can also distinguish a third motif, which shares characteristic with the red motif. It begins with an upward glissando, but the subsequent downward motion is omitted. In the final appearance of Macbeth's line, a third motif reappears, now more closely resembling the initial red motif. The motion pattern is preserved. This process perfectly corresponds to Sciarrino's concepts of genetic transformation. A structure is varied and modified gradually, yet its fundamental substance, the genetics of the initial form, remains intact. Genetic transformation goes hand in hand with the multiplication process, in which a process of variation also takes place. In Sciarrino's own words, the processes of multiplication are ordered growths made up of homogeneous elements, growths of apparently less energy. Within them, time seems to expand. It is precisely upon this state of stasis that multiplication is opened, and the music seems to float in space. This slide shows a short passage from Act 1, where these figures unfold. In the first bar, the closing of the previous section takes place. The trombone leads the transition to the next section with the blue marked motif, consisting of a short sustained note. The clarinet and horn, also marked in blue, support this transition by performing a similar sustained motif, which is now prolonged. Next, the cello takes over with a harmonic tone, extending the same motif further. In the last bar of this example, the motif undergoes a multiplication and a slight variation, first in the alto and baritone choir voices, which sustain a note followed by a short downward glissando. The other voices then take up the same motif. These entries occur at progressively shorter temporal intervals, creating an intensified sense of condensation. This process does not end here. At the end of the bar, the violin and viola also take over the motif, continuing the process of multiplication. Now you will listen to the entire excerpt, in which this multiplication process occurs. Before moving to the final figure, accumulation, it's worth noting that Schaeffer also points out that both processes have inversions. Musical material can not only be multiplied or accumulated, but also demultiplied and deaccumulated. Regarding the accumulation process, he offers the following observation. The processes of accumulation tend to gather chaotically and heterogeneously. If interrupted, they form a climax at that point. They often reach a state of saturation or rupture, preparing an explosion in which energy is dispersed. Because of the increase in energy during these processes, time seems to accelerate, undergoing a kind of. Although this figure appears, from my point of view, less frequently Schaeffer's music than the others, its presence can nonetheless be discerned in certain passages. For instance, at the beginning of the Act 3, Scene 3. Unlike other scenes in the opera, this one is built from heterogeneous elements. Here, after reaching a combination point, the tension decreases, only to build up again toward a new climax through the accumulation of various elements and an increase in dynamics. This occurs around the second half of bar 10, where you can see the red line dividing the two sections. One of the elements that remain from the previous section is the short sustained note followed by a glissando, as we have seen in earlier examples. The flutes perform this using air tones. Other players produce similar gestures. For instance, the trombone and Macbeth's voice sustain comparable notes. A similar contour can also be found in the line of the bass drum, which plays almost continuously throughout the scene in a kind of ostinato pattern. Different elements are added gradually, short slap notes in the double reed instruments, pizzicato in the strings, and very short glissandi sul ponticello, which have a more accentuated and explosive character. In the next two bars, we also observe similar elements, the melodic fragments marked blue and the ostinato of the bass drum. A process of condensation is now taking place. The explosive short sounds occur more frequently, and some are even held slightly longer, as shown by the multiphonics in the English horn. We can also discern that Macbeth's voice begins to deviate from their usual melodic contours, producing new motifs indicated in the upper part of the score. In the following two bars, we reach the culmination point of this passage. To the melodic fragments in the voices, marked in blue, are added the ostinato of the bass drum, explosive short sounds, marked in red, the multiphonics, and the variations of melodic fragments in the voice as well as in the cello, which are now expanded in the piano part. Finally, a new element appears in the trombone, a spiral-shaped motif that leads to the culmination point. The accumulation of all these elements brings the passage to its climactic peak. Now let's listen to this short fragment where the accumulation process takes place. I will now outline a few key conclusions from this research. Schaeffer's compositional figures, little bang, window form, multiplication, accumulation, and genetic transformation function as models of musical synthesis. They connect both heterogeneous and homogeneous materials, merging continuity and transformation within a single perceptual field. In Macbeth, Schaeffer's theoretical concepts from Le Figure de la Musica attain practical embodiment within an operatic context. The work functions as a site of synthesis where compositional theory, dramaturgy, and sonic gesture converge into an unified expressive framework. Through these figures, Sharina shapes a poetics of time and space that orients the listener within his fragmented sound world. Together, they help the audience grasp the opera's unfolding drama and evolving sound textures, turning listening itself into a process of discovery. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Daniel. Are there any questions or comments? Questions, guys? No? I just want to express my fascination with this subject. Sharina is, I think, one of the last composers that I would think to be able to write an opera. And I would question how he would do that. And the things you showed today really show us a new way of thinking about operatic material, how it can be structured from the instrumental material, and then how it, but this integration with the operatic tradition is something that I've never foreseen in Sharina's work. So yes, thank you very much for this. If there aren't any more questions, then I think we thank you, Daniel, for a wonderful presentation, and we will continue with the next.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I thank you for your patience, and I'm sorry again for this misunderstanding.
Oh, it happens quite often, actually.
I'm so sorry. I wish you all the best for the conference.
Yeah. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Bye. And for our final presentation of today's session, we have not one but two presenters. It is our friends from Capital University, Dina Lenzner and Tianshu Wang. Welcome.
Just one second. How do I get out of this? Is it okay if I stand up instead of sitting? Would it be okay? Okay. Just a second.
Mikrofona turbūt čia, ne? Į šitą ir paimsim.
Yeah, I mean, piano probably can be played without microphone.
For the stream.
For the stream. Okay, I think we are ready. Good afternoon, yes. Already, yes. Well, it's great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us. My friend and colleague at Capital University Conservatory of Music, pianist Dr. Tianshu Wang, and I were invited for a visit to the Estonian Academy of Music and Theatre, our partner in the student exchange program, and Aaron actually Racing is our success story of that exchange program. As a part of the visit, Tianshu was to play a recital. Normally, Tianshu prefers playing canonic piano repertoire, but for her program in Tallinn, she decided to include Lepa Sumeras piano piece from 1981 to better connect with the Estonian audience. And then this happened.
Oh, I love the work so much. I find it fascinating because this is an area in music that I have not paid enough attention to before. 1981, I was 12 years old then, and it was the year of my birth zodiac sign, the rooster. Also, the same year, I was admitted as a piano major to the secondary school attached to a major conservatory in China. So immediately, there was this amazing connection, almost not coincidental, for me personally, culturally, and pianistically. So I just love this piece.
Tianshu is truly into this music, I thought. How? Why? I wanted to try to understand. This is, oh sorry, just a second. I just want to mention, this is artwork by Tianshu's husband, the artist Jin Wang, who is in the audience. Cognizant of the fact that focusing on the performer rather than the composer and the score is not a novel idea. Back in 1998, Small suggested to consider music a verb rather than a noun, proposing an inclusive definition of musicking. Quote, "To music is to take part in any capacity in a musical performance, whether by performing, by listening, by rehearsing or practicing, by providing material for the performance, what is called composing, or by dancing," unquote. For all the composers here, I just love how his take on what you do. You provide the material. McCormick 2015 points out, I quote, "Small cast music as action in order to argue the social relations modeled and enacted through music were just as important as the formal properties of the work being performed," unquote. Following that train of thought, this project examines Tianshu's process of getting to know Sumer's piano piece from 1981, including this work's structural and semantic markers intimated by the score, but revealed through its performative embodiment by the pianist Tianshu, and as heard and thought about by me, a listener. To better understand and theoretically frame this complex and multi-layered process of musicking, I engaged the following theoretical concepts. First, Edmund Husserl's theory of non-intuitive or sinative intentions, as discussed and further conceptualized by the current scholarship. Second, the notion of the flow in the creative process, as thoroughly explored during the last 20 years by scholarship from a multidisciplinary point of view. And third, Bakhtin's theory of polyphony and dialogism in literary works, as they may be adopted and applied to the meaning-creating process in music as experience. I turn to Husserl's theory of non-intuitive or sinative acts, which has been in all honesty a challenge for me to discern, because I appreciated the fact that while being an accomplished pianist, Tianshu doesn't often play contemporary music. I was wondering how she would cope with the completely unknown when first encountering Sumer's piano piece from 1981. Byrne 2015 discusses that Husserl, who spent a lot of years clarifying and modifying his theory, refers to sinative meaning acts as, quote, "those intentions that do give meaning to expressions and are directed at objects or states of affairs that are not intuitively given, unquote. Late in his career, Husserl concluded that, quote, sanitive meaning intention is aroused by the intuition of the object that is to be recognized, unquote. In a way, the score of piano piece from 1981 appeared before Tianshu as a sinative system represented by musical notation that she could read but could not yet fully comprehend. Furthermore, the existing recordings of the pieces provided Tianshu with the comparative sonorous experiences, but there was not yet any meaning attached to the composition as an intentionally structured and fully functioning object. Tianshu needed to imagine what it is that she needs to recognize, to embrace, to absorb. The score of this work looks exactly as it sounds, spacious, sometimes transparent, with efficient notation including logistics, like the octave designations. 2 treble clefs indicate playing 2 octaves up, 3 treble clefs 3 octaves up. The same goes for the bass clef. And there are 3 staves to separate distinct but interacting textural layers. On the very surface of the piece, there is a prominent polyrhythm between the 2 upper layers, either a single note ostinato or an embellishment or a scalar passage in the right hand, and then the Alberti bass, outlining a minor triad in the left hand. Quite technically challenging element of this work.
While learning a new work, a typical practice session for me would focus on the difficult passages to make sure that I don't have technical obstacles. Like, for example, when practicing music of Chopin, Liszt, or Rachmaninoff. And we always make a connection between the physicality of playing music and the pattern we find. Usually, with the canonic repertoire, through repetition, those familiar patterns fall into the hands. With piano piece from 1981, it is quite different. The technical aspect is not the same kind of challenge. It is rather a brain game. It took me a while to understand the figurations in the music and the coordination between 2 hands. The notes in the right hand are timed so precisely to fit the left hand in the cycle. The hands are seemingly out of sync until they're in sync, and then they're out again, and then they coincide. And the motion is infinite. I always thought music is far away from science, but Sumera's piece is so beautifully, mathematically designed. It is like clockwork running in its own universe. It is so very fascinating.
The mathematical design that Tianshu referred to is a consistent and durable structural framework, contrapuntal, harmonic, metric, that Sumer adheres to in this composition. Entirely white keys diatonic, except for the B flat that occurs approximately at the golden section of the piece. Piano piece from 1981 takes its time to entice you.
The music starts extremely simple, just 1 note. This parallels with the Taoist thinking in China. Quote, The Tao creates one, one creates two, two creates three, and three creates everything. While playing the music here, as if in the meditating state, under the sky, slowly but surely, I see something begin to appear, a little bit at a time, ever so slightly. Something shifts and echoes. It transforms the whole sensation of where I am, and eventually, the complete world is clearly in front of me. This is entirely philosophical.
In her rather poetic 2021 article, Bishin builds on Burns' criticism of Husserl's discourse on sanity of intention and extends his notions to music. She proposes that, quote, each time the fulfillment of a sound reactivates through an emotional state of mind as a metaphysical nostalgia or a feeling of a burning emotion, etc., it activates the into falling action or act too, unquote. The scholar seems fascinated with the seductiveness of what she calls, quote, the perpetual floating feeling, which is quite similar to the levitation process, and it has connections with the idea of lightness of being, unquote. Bishin's imaginative vocabulary supports what Tianshu describes as a sense of wonder and meditation, and connects to the area of scholarship known as the flow studies. This is a flow. One of the possible flows. Specifically, according to Araujo and Hain, 2016, quote, from a cognitive perspective, music challenges the performer to be completely attentive with the mind and body, as music is one of the most demanding tasks for the human central nervous system, unquote. Further, Chemi 2016 notes the artist she interviewed for her study, quote, defined the state differently, sometimes explicitly as flow, or as a release of endorphins, or a Zen-like learning experience, unquote.
Other piano works I play are usually physical, which demands strength. The piano piece from 1981 is a contemplation. I need to focus and have a mental space for it before stepping on stage. No distraction, intimate and close. It needs to be just us, myself, and the music.
Tianshu's personal, meaning creating connection, represents what Chemi refers to, quote, relational elements, sociocultural influences, dialogue with tradition, unquote, which the scholar identified as one of the constituent factors in the creative process, contributing to the state of flow. I posit, however, that the creative process is inherently dialogic. Bakhtin's concepts of polyphony and dialogism in literary works came to my mind while contemplating Tianshu's multi-dialogic discourse. In Dostoevsky writing, Bakhtin observed, quote, a plurality of consciousnesses with equal rights and each with its own world, combined but not merged in the unity of the event, unquote. Further, scholars Gomez and Tejera, 2025, apply Bakhtin's theory of language from a dialogic perspective to music, noting, quote, in the occurrence of musical performance, the context for the creation of affective meaning is the world constructed by the composer. The performer, as a kind of enunciatee, enacts the affective understanding. However, the performer is simultaneously enunciatee and enunciator. Thus, the audience also constructs meaning based on the performer's execution, unquote. Finally, Benson's 2003 bold assertions can also be helpful for this discussion. I quote, what the score presents us is no more than a trace of the other's presence. In order for the sign to become a living presence, it must be transformed. And further, it is never a question of simply prolonging music's life, but always one of bringing it to life once again. All performance is resuscitation, unquote. Then, using Benson's terminology, Tianshu has been re-resuscitating and recreating piano piece from 1981 every time she has touched it with her fingers on the piano. And if applying Gomez and Tejera's take on Bakhtin, reabsorbing Sumera's affect as expressed by the score each time she read or performed it.
Every time I open the score, it is speaking to me in a slightly new way. Between the two hands, I think there is both conflict and agreement. They are written as two different lines in two different dimensions, but they work together in a precise, calculated way. And when I am finally into this unique musical world he creates, even though the composer is gone, I feel so close to him in spirit. It is as if he is talking to me through the music, and this is very touching.
At the end of the work, Sumera allows the performer to decide whether or not to omit a section that recalls the beginning of the piece. I asked Tianshu what she makes of it.
I think it is just to remind you not to forget where you come from. It offers freedom for the performer to decide, and I personally choose to go back. In the last section, Sumera's embellishments to which he returns are like bubbles, and not all bubbles are the same, maybe because of the wind, and they can go different ways and assume different shapes.
But all I heard was bubbles. This Tianshu's metaphor got stuck in my mind for a long time, in a good way. And of course, there is a research on anything, including bubbles. So here it goes. In her 2015 article, Enlightenment Bubbles, Romantic Worlds, Karim points out that, quote, one of the special qualities of the set of thin films to which the soap bubbles belong is that they shift between transparency and opacity, a quality also associated figuratively with literary texts. This metaphor implies that one may either look at or look through a literary text in a surface depth dynamic, unquote. Intuitively, Tianshu found perhaps the best word to articulate the essence of this Sumera piano work. The liminality of the soap bubbles that Karim points out, spatial, temporal, ontological, encapsulate the fragile momentousness of the transparent and non-insistent but so thoughtful and insightful musical experience initiated by Sumera and transcended by Tianshu toward us, for us to be drawn into. I said to Tianshu a few months ago, the ending of the piece is so uncertain, it is as the music just dissolves, with the last note being the B, even though the C has been a referential point throughout this piece.
The composer initialized a topic. He did not solve or resolve anything. He just invited the player and the listener to feel and to think. The door remains open.
Tianshu's sinative meaning creating intentions that activated the into falling acts, leading to the state of flow. Her ongoing dialogic relationships with Sumer's score, with Tianshu's cultural identity, her pianistic past and her present, with her nostalgia, with her instrument, with the other pianist interpretation of this work, and with us, the audience. I think it's a synthesis of this that embodies the piano piece from 1981 experience. Each time anew that I have been so privileged to be part of. Thank you, Tianshu. Thank you.
Thank you, Tianshu. Thank you, Dina. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation as well as the beautiful performance. It just occurred in my mind, it crossed into my mind that would you think that you could maybe apply here in analyzing this work Chara-based concept of process over an object? So I know that it's very much meant for electroacoustic generative systems, but in a way I could imagine that aesthetically and technically it could also fit here.
Of course, it's a dialogue, right?
Right.
So in this particular project, I completely was guided by my listening experience and what came to my mind. So I just embraced that. And this concept that I employed, that was the right decision at that time. But yes, absolutely. What you're offering is an alternative way of examining that. Absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I know Miloš has a question.
Not actually a question, but
Comment.
Trying to express my fascination with what I have heard. I wonder, when you said, I feel closer to the composer, something like that, what you were telling about your perception or your experience of the composition, is it based on something that the composer actually said or wrote, or?
No, the composer lived a very short life. He died in 2000. He was born in 1950. So, and there was very little information I could find about him, and I didn't expect anything. It was just for the purpose I made my trip to visit the Academy of Music in Estonia. So I want to have something to connect, and I have no expectation. So, and then when this piece, we chose both, and then little by little, the music is really touched me in such a personal way. It really makes me very emotional. I might be in tears if I keep saying that. Yeah, you see, it's not even an effort I made to memorize the 11-page piece, because I feel such a strong connection. And by thinking in 1981, back then China was very different. It was only communicating with Soviet Union. And Sumera was a part of that whole big package there. But the music is so different. And also in a way, different in a way that by my understanding with the music I was studying at the same time, then he was already composing something so advanced in a way. But also simultaneously it connects to my cultural background, like the Taoist. The philosophical roots in Chinese culture. That's how we view the world. It's simple, but it's everything, and it's just very. It looks random, but it's all very well placed, and all of that is just. I hope you understand what I feel. It's really very deeply impact that I feel to me. So.
Yeah, my point is actually, being a composer myself, I think that despite his early demise, I think he was one lucky bastard to have such. I mean, I would be very happy if I had performers who would contemplate my music in that way, without me having to say anything. I never like to. I greatly dislike to speak about my compositions and to give any comments on that. I just want the performer to find something that perhaps I have never envisaged. That's for me fantastic to have someone who really has some deep thinking about the music. And then something drew my attention. Soap bubbles. Mm-hmm. Apart from their very interesting nature, let's not forget one thing. To minimize surface tension, they produce perfect sphere. Mm-hmm. Something to think about.
For
Mathematically perfect sphere. Soap bubble.
As I said, that was genius. I agree.
This perfect precision, clockwork precision, which of course wouldn't be in any way effective if it were performed electronically, digitally. Mm-hmm. It would be nonsense. But in that way, it just gives him. I don't know how to express, but it was really a fascinating experience.
Thank you.
And by the way, only one comment on. I think it is important to draw attention when you mentioned this non-intuitive. Husserlian concept of intuition is basically what is not immediately given to the senses. Intuition can be understood in all kinds of different ways, so it's important that to have that in mind.
No, I do have it in mind, but since he changed his own...
Perhaps some misunderstandings may occur, so I'll just... You're
much more versed in philosophy than I am. So, as I said, it was hard to discern because Husserl himself changed his concept, right? Within 20 years. But I like the idea that of like non-intuitive, right? Meaning that there is no clear understanding of what at the end, what is the object that is being created. So it's a process. That's a process, just Maria. Thank you for exactly what you said. It's very helpful, actually. And if I may comment on something that happened in Tallinn, so the concert was on Monday that Kiejstut performed it, and the Sumera piece was in the middle. So it was classical, like canon, Sumera, and then there was a few two Chinese compositions, and there were Estonians in the audience. So Kiejstut didn't know how they're going to react. And the interpretation is completely different from other one. They loved your interpretation. And Kiejstut, after that, said to them, well, it was my favorite piece on the program, which for, Chinese trained pianist, it says a lot for us. So it's fascinating, actually, for me too, just like for you,
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. We have 1 minute.
We have 1 minute. I had some thoughts, but I don't think I will fit in 1 minute. So, maybe we'll discuss it somewhere.
Oh, we still have time to discuss. Yes, we are not leaving.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wonderful having you.
Thank you.
And yeah.
Thank you.
So now we all have a very needed lunch break, and at 4 p.m. we invite you to a lecture listening session by our colleague Charis Eftimio, and he will present us with his own work of rediscovering the orchestration of Čiurlionis. And after that, we invite you to the concert in Lumine in St. Casimir Church at 7, where we will hear premieres of Lithuanian composers. The listening session will take place in Music Innovation Studies Center, which is on the top floor of the Academy. It's just right side the hallway and up. And I think many of you know where the St. Casimir Church is, and you can cooperate. So, see you.